Well, hello. Let's get everything rolling here. Get all squared away. Get back into what we were doing. We had this dilemma where we can get our skills out of the message bus. No, I lied. We can load them from the config manager. We already handled the message bus stuff, but we load them. They are the config manager's view of a skill, which is actually very similar to what we had set up here. We need to figure out where exactly we use this. And if we can just implement the interface over here for the skill in here, then we'll be fine. As long as that doesn't break things. We have a null UUID instead of a UUID. That shouldn't be terrible. Let's see here. And we're going to need to do the same thing ultimately with attributes as well, I think. Because hey there, dear Mongoose, finally accepted that I lost my credentials. Oh no! Can you not do an I forgot my password thing? Hey, Droxer, how's it going? How am I doing? I'm alright. Just rolling into Friday, which is the start of, like, you know, my streaming week, so it's kind of like a Monday, which is kind of feels weird and makes my days all wonky, but also lost my mail credentials. Oh no. Basically lost my life. That is horrible. Well, let me do this then. And we'll do that. So that you can have your little pink diamond back. And then we'll switch it back if you get back into your original account. How you doing, Hydroxer? How's your week been? How's Friday treating you? Back over here. Make sure things aren't going crazy. All right. Yes, we were looking at this. So here, get skills would need to return this skill, which I think is fine. As long as that's what gets stored. Oh yeah, diamonds are in the house. I know that you love your little pink diamond, so. Where else do we use this? We use it within skills and attributes. We use it within skill DC. This would need to be changed. Oh, hello to you too. It's been good. Steam summer sales are going, so thinking of getting some games. Ah, yes. The old summer sale. Destroyer of wallets everywhere. Reminds me, I should check. Somebody was saying that the Zachtronics games go on sale regularly during Steam sale. I should check them really quick. Write myself a note to do that. There we go. So this... Can you actually help me with my VS Code? Maybe, but probably not because I don't use VS Code. But if you chuck the question into the chat, then maybe somebody else has some experience to share as well. Bunch of EA games are on sales. EA like EA the publisher, or EA as in early access? Let's just do... Let's just do this and see where we get to. Let me double check. This is the only thing changed currently since we last committed. The publisher, gotcha. Whenever I try to open something, it just tells me to download WSL, which is already installed, but it's not being detected. Yeah, I got nothing for that. I don't use Windows or VS Code. But if anybody happens to have encountered that issue, go ahead and throw in chat some ideas. Yes, so in order for this to be a what did we call this struct? Or the interface rather. Manager type config. List item we defined over here in widget right. Makes sense. Probably getting Battlefield 5. Nice. Just got Train Sim World 5. Also thinking about Far Cry 4. Gotcha. Great big stack of delicious new things to rub your face all over and engage with. Let's see here. How's your week been, Jazz? Is it, have you been back to work for the whole week, or are you still just getting back into the groove? List item. So let's go over here. Had to work again? Good, good. Or maybe good, I guess I should say. But that would conflict with these. Yep, had to work. But much more relaxed now. That's good. Excellent. So I just entered your stream, and the first thing Twitch suggests me to do is an IRL voice ban. Nice. It was one of the default suggestions. So I said, all right, you know what? I'll roll with it. See what happens. We would conflict with our methods here. And we can't private these for sure. Changing these would be problematic. because other things are relying on them. But we can change our interface. And I'm not terribly opposed to that. Mongoose, what are you up to? IRL, any updates? Let's see, any updates? Not particularly. Just collecting rejection letters. I don't think there's anything notable that's happened lately. I've been busy with projects, so that's good at least. It helps to keep me sane, but the rest of it is kind of just a dumpster fire. But I find myself more and more I find myself excited about the prospect of doing just something else to pay the bills. I just don't care whatever it is, like something that I can do to make the money to cover my expenses, right? And then using all the rest of my time to do this and to build cool things and see how far I can take that, right? That seems like, as I start thinking about that, and obviously there's a lot of flaws with thinking about that, right? I read a blog recently where they were talking about like somebody saying, well, I would like to quit my job and start a coffee shop. And they're like, okay, well, let's unpack that. You all of a sudden you would need to solve other problems, like how much does an espresso machine cost, and how much does a box of coffee cost, and all these other things. Like, do those excite you? Because that would be your life, right? So, and it was a really good point. Like, there are a lot of packed up issues where, you know, you think like, oh, I'd love to go be a coffee shop owner or a farmer, but like, that's a box that you have to unpack to really examine it, right? So there's a lot of cognitive flaws with the thought, but the vibe is, for me, that seems like it would be really rewarding from a fulfillment sort of perspective, right? So, and like, if it, there's no reason not to try, you know? Meh, but it's also nice to have time for projects. Yeah. Yeah, that has been good. Um, it's hard though, because there's also that existential dread and job applications time sink, which is, it's really a time sink. So it's kind of you're kind of hosed unless you have money to just float for a long period of time. Going into Twitch flow, I like that. Nice. I had a really bad week of barely getting anything done because I was thinking that it's a terrible idea in the current situation, so that was hopeful to hear. What is a terrible idea in the current situation? Go away, helicopter. I'm close-ish to an airport. I forget a part to get into IT in the current situation. Yes. I mean, difficult. But, I mean, that's also market dependent, right? Like, I would expect that the market in Germany is very different than the market here. Okay, my grammar's really not there again at all today. I mean, that happens. I find it happens increasingly as I age. Like, typos slip in, and I'm like, what was I thinking? German? C. Nice. Okay, so we could rename these. I would be okay with that, I guess. It's not. Hmm. The German job market is the American job market with 5 years delay. So you're about to hit like the massive boom of everybody's locked in at home, right? It's not really, it's not the most idiotic or idiomatic, I should say. Um, I have a bunch of games, but I just don't want to play them. I mean, yeah, that happens. In these days of AI and advanced tech, it's very hard to get a good job, I assume, where I can make six figures. Engineers are getting laid off. My reaction was, dang dude, IT sector just got cold. Yes. Yeah, it's been, and it's not even AI. Like it's executives thinking AI can replace us, right? And all of the signs point to no. But it looks good on the charts. And when all you care about is number go up, they're trading short-term number go up for long-term number go down a lot. um so yeah, it's not the most idiomatic Go thing to have a getter and a setter, but we kind of have to. My German brain can't comprehend 100,000 jobs. Yeah, if I would get one that's like 50K, I just believe I won't get one at all. Um, yeah, I don't really know anything about the German job market. I know that you guys get paid less, and that's not a good thing. um, but yeah, they're not all like that over here either. Like you hear about, people working for Fang making 100, 150, 250, whatever. Um, I've never made Fang money because I've never worked for Fang, but I haven't wanted to work for Fang since Google did away with Don't Be Evil, right? Um, early Google I would have loved to work for, but not not Google as it is today, right? I have no interest in working for the Fang sort of mindset, which means making not Fang money, and I'm okay with that. We get paid less because we have free healthcare, pretty good justice system, really good job security. So technically, I don't think that the end amount is like a massive difference. Yeah, I don't know. I would. I've only lived here, so I do know that because I've looked at it. What am I doing? Where are you? That if I was to move out of the US, I would still be paying taxes in the US. And even if I was to revoke my citizenship, like let's say I move someplace and I'm like, you know what, I never want to go back. I want to live here forever. I would still pay taxes for, I think it was like 10 years here. So like that's a really big, you know, thing to where and there's some places have like tax agreements where like it counts or whatever, but that's a big mess. I would have to like really sit there and figure out what the heck is it would really mean if I was to do that, and I would need to seriously have like a place picked out, and so then I would have to deal with work visaing and all that, um which like I'm not opposed to at all. It's just a lot of work. I would love to go and see more places, but tricky. Don't give up hope. It's possible. It is still possible to get started in IT. Yeah, I mean, hopefully. Really hard for my brain to get good at IT with existential threats. Yeah, yeah, that's very. Um, it's distracting for sure. I really try to focus on what are things that I can change, right? Because the rest of it, like, it's just going to happen, and it doesn't matter what I think about it, and nobody cares what my opinion is that matters that can change anything, right? So why worry about it? I just do what I can with what I have. if you're never sick, then it's bad. Also, you're paying for retirement pot. Like a is that an abbreviation or just like the idea of a pot of money? Which, let's be honest, will not finance us under 55. Yeah, that's a problem here too. There's a lot of doubt. What's the point of doing this hard work, studying all night and day for years, and getting an engineering degree, not just IT, all engineering fields, and just to earn $800 a month, and just realized your job is getting replaced by random AI made by a random company? I mean, we're not getting replaced though. That like the Primeagen has that tweet he keeps updating where we're now 2 years into 6 months until AI replaces us all. There was an article. Gosh, who wrote that? There've been a couple articles from financially companies recently that were saying like, hey, look, these transformations that everybody's trying to do aren't actually paying off. A lot of them are failing. They're not working. So, and that's what everybody who knows, right? And anybody who works in this field knows and has seen the tools knows that, yeah, it can generate some stuff, but it's not doing the work we do. Generating code is a small part of what we do, and it doesn't even do that particularly well because it doesn't think. It generates the next likely token. I also don't believe that we will all be replaced. It'll just be roughly 85%. It won't be. I'm not a smart person and I have low social skills. I'm not part of the top 15%. Well, I mean, if you're aware of that, then you know what you need to work on, right? So that's the thing that you can change. And it's not always about being smart. Smart is kind of it's a term like talented, right? There is a degree to where that has an influence on things. Like if you're good at drawing as a kid, you're probably going to draw more because you like the results you see, right? But to become a serious artist, you need to do a lot of drawing. It's just going to make that easier for the talented people to do. But the real thing is hard work, right? I still believe that to be true. Let's see. Even if people are replaced, it will most likely hit juniors, right? But that's going to strangle their talent pipeline for the future. Seniors are going to retire, or they're going to get tired of being burned out by the current trend of trying to fire everybody and make everybody do the work of 6 people, and they're going to quit, and they're going to have nobody to come in and take over. Scalability, security, all those can be done by AI, right? Yeah. Simple React app which runs on localhost, Kappa. So I don't really do React, and I don't do AI at all. But I have had people tell me that yeah, it's really good for generating React apps, but you spend a lot of time telling it to use the correct version. And I've heard that I've heard that older versions of various different Jippities struggle with React because there's so many different versions that they mix up. I chose an electronics engineering course and my country doesn't even have that particular industry. I don't think I'm special. I just love doing random stuff, I guess, for absolutely no reason. I mean, and that's the thing, right? If you like doing that thing, then that's great. You obviously need to find a way to make it economically viable for you, whether that's finding a way to apply it in your country or moving or whatever. But like having that interest is going to take you further, and it'll make it easier to do the hard work to be good at it, right? My hope is just that AI development will really come to a halt in the next 12 months because I think the next generation of coders will be extremely awful. Looking at my university, I'm in the top 15% because I can run a React app on localhost without AI. That's a really low bar. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what happens because I hear a lot of similar stories from people that have more junior people on their teams. So it'll be interesting to see the impact. I don't think it'll be good. I think it'll be interesting. Ouch. Ouch to what? Ouch to Misha? Because that is, yeah, it is a little bit of an ouch. You know, I probably might have wanted to get description. These ignore the strings. Please and thank ya. Ouch to Misha, yeah. Yeah, a little bit of an ouch for sure. that emote though. Now, if I do this, holy cow, why is this so slow? What's going on? We'll ignore the strings again. And that hopefully fixes up. That's the wrong one. No, he didn't. Okay, that's fine. I just want to have a job in a multinational company where I work 3 hours in an 8-hour shift, where I can make enough money to get a car, a motorcycle, $2,000 gaming PC, and a bunch of games, and a 3-bedroom house, 600 square feet. I don't know about working 3 hours in an 8-hour shift. I have to do a lot of work for a course called security engineering, where I have to write little C programs and explain them to like lecturers' assistants. Okay. One recently told me that he was impressed by me because I'm one of the only one that can actually explain things. However, all my programs are vibe coded. I just ask AI to explain them to me. Well, stop that. That's the answer, right? Basically, other students don't even put the effort in asking the AI to explain what is happening, which is a really bad sign. I've heard that. I've heard that they just say, looks good to me, and tab through. Writing my own projects way before ChatGPT really was the best I could do. Yes, that's always going to gift you further than being stuck in tutorial hell. No university will pay you for a development job. Yeah. Mine didn't even, my degree didn't even include any programming. But that's like a whole other thing, right? Where education in general has been failing for a long time. Failing in the sense of to prepare people, you know. I also need to do actually IDE because it's private. We can still do that, I think. Yeah, okay. But we should do this just to keep it Consistent. Ignore the strings. Let's go. All right, and then we need to how do I want to for attributes we need to change these real quick because we're working with skills right now. Which is easy enough. I barely use AI for actually writing code. When I work on my own projects, just these C programs feel impossible to research about because they require methods that have been replaced by alternatives for a long time now. So I feel justified to vibe code these. I don't know what to say there. Like, replaced by alternatives like what, you know? Will AI replace developers? For real, no. In the minds of executives, and therefore will we get fired because of it or laid off because of it? Yes. Will they find out eventually? Yes. That's my take. Do the work for 10 years and then I want to start my own motel and hotel after some time and a fuel station and a highway with ATM service. Retire at 50 or join the politics. I mean, cool. Good to have goals, I guess. Hey, thanks for the follow. Really appreciate it. Okay, so now that we got that, attribute should work again as a list item. Over here, we need to add these to this version of a skill. Let's just go over here. Actually, let's go over here. We'll do these real quick. And then copy them. And because we allow null there, or not null, but zeros, so it should be fine because you have a UUID. I mean, like, if 5 people can do the work of 10 by using AI, doesn't that mean AI replaced the work of 5 developers? No. For one, it can't. For two, there's just like a massive list of things that need to be built, right? And then here, we should probably be looking at the validity just in case anything else consumes this. So we do that, and then we say if it doesn't equal a nil, then it's probably good. I don't know if that's a good idea or not, but we're going to roll with it for now. Normal methods that have a actually readable, like, wait or post instead of SHMDT with 4 weird looking flags. Write and go without asking AI was actually pretty fun, though. I don't think I've ever encountered that particular method, but I mean, there is some old stuff, right? Those C guys, they like to abbreviate really hard. I told you of my Java troubles. I managed to convince my group to let me write and go. Like, awesome. I see a day in the life of a software engineer in the Google videos on YouTube. Saw they were doing absolutely nothing, 30 minutes of work in an 8 or 7 hour shift. Influencers lie, whether intentionally or just to, or like as a satire or just to get clicks, right? I've never worked for Google, but I'm pretty sure that most of the people there were working a lot more than 3 hours a day. uh, that's that. That's that. Like so. This. Why did I return a bool here? Don't remember, but we're going to keep it up. Return that. Oh no, we returned no. Perfect. That. I'm gonna leave myself a note. Figure out why we return a bool here. Let's see here. Basically just learning concepts so far, but next week I really have to get to work on a Raspberry Pi project where we create a distributed simulation of Conway's Game of Life. I have to work on the network. I'm super stuck right now. What are you stuck on? As we say in Germany, I'm pressing both my thumbs for you. All right, so that implements list item. So now we can come over here. That all goes back to green. Then this is allowed to go in there. And instead of this, we return a list or config manager.skill. If I could type, it would be easier. Asserted, this needs to be big manager scale there. That needs to be that, so we can return the empty list as expected. Otherwise, we do all that. Fantastic. Now, that takes out a lot of these usages. If I was to delete those, let's not do that. Let's go to this. You need to be, that's right. That. This will need to be a null UUID. which needs a UUID and what do you require? That would help. Valid. Not correct. Semi-count mismatch, 1 equals 2. This must parse. Because I messed up that. There we go. That's better. No UID, name, description. Actually, I could open you over here. That'd be easier. Help text. Oh, that's not what I want at all. Escape, as in don't do that, please. Thank you. We got one too many of them, I think. This should be not nil, but name. This. This. That. This. Cannot find that escape key today. That's base, just like so. My dad is a CNC computer numerical control machine programmer. Right, yeah. It's been 25 plus years. He is doing that. Still works 8 to 10 hours a day, sometimes 12 to 16 hours of overtime. And I saw some random kid saying he doesn't want to work 8 hours a day. I mean, yeah. That's why I say that I'm skeptical about your wish for a 3-hour workday. A lot of the time too, like you just don't see the work that goes into something. Like, I'm here 4 hours a day, 4 days a week. That sounds like a pretty cushy gig, right? If I was to go full time and be able to keep that up, that would seem really easy. That doesn't account for all the other stuff I do, where I spend hours and hours teaching myself new skills, like how to promote myself without being a obnoxious, gross, spammy jerk, and trying to figure out what sort of things I can create that add value that people will appreciate, and gaining new skills in order to do that, and networking with other streamers, which is partially fun, but also partially like, networking. I mean, just it is what it is. And learning about the things that I should do, or also like taking in somebody's opinion and saying, well, I see that, but that's also leading to the outcome I don't like in the world today, So there's a lot of work that happens behind the scenes. And I work probably harder now than I did when I had a job. But it's more rewarding too. So it's a balance, right? And that random kid is me for some reason. I mean, you'll learn. The world will help you. I rejected an offer from electric scooter manufacturer because my course wasn't completed. Okay. I mean, you should evaluate that. It might have been a really good opportunity to get some real world experience to supplement your education. But if it was going to cost you your education, then checks and balances as to what you really want to do. Just because some people work 18 hours doesn't mean that you have to do so too. Yes, also true. Like there is such a thing as a work-life balance, right? Um, it's everything has to be in balance in some way, shape, or form, you know? Otherwise, it's not sustainable. So we basically have to transfer a lot of data. Each Pi has to send data to its neighbors. Right now it can be up to 8, while there could be 64 Pis in the system. If each Pi would dial each neighbor and accept a connection from its neighbors, it's 64 times 16 connections in the network. That's a lot. Already have figured out how to get down to 4 cons per Pi with some tricks. It's just not that simple to implement. My brain is extremely foggy right now because life. Okay, gotcha. We can't use UDPs to send the data because we need to make sure it arrives safe, and I'm not sure whether we are allowed to use servers brokers for MQTT. Gotcha. I mean, it certainly sounds like a puzzle, but it also sounds like you're making progress, and that's kind of the name of the game, right? Also, an 18-hour workday does not work for everyone. People are different. Yeah, exactly. And I mean, I don't think that that's sustainable. It depends on what you're doing too, though, right? If you're getting a lot of satisfaction out of your work, like, and if it's different work too, that can help some, but there's still a cost in what you're doing. So you got to consider that. But as with everything, it's a balance, right? There's value in some of what, like, the hustle culture sort of espouses. There's some value in that. It's not completely without merit, but it's not the be all end all, right? I am in the sort of mindset of I want to do a lot of things. I want to do a lot of cool things. That takes a lot of work, but also I don't want to just like kill myself working 20 hours a day. Like it's just not going to happen, right? I work best when I can go home at the end of the day and do something else and let my, subconscious lizard brain process something. There's so many times where I've gone to bed with a problem and I wake up and like the first thing that hits my brain is, hey, you're an idiot and you should just do this really easy thing to solve that annoying problem. And I'm like, oh yeah, I should do that. And I've seen that a lot. And there's been studies that say, hours worked does not always correlate with progress. In fact, it often does not. But at the same time, like, I know a lot of people that say, I want to do this thing. I'm like, okay, we'll do it. Well, I don't have time. Well, you do. We all have the same amount of numbers, same amount of hours of the day, right? Um, the same number. And we all have different obligations in those times. Some people have families that they need to take care of, and that's going to have a cost of time. But everybody can find an hour in their day. And if you can't find an hour in your day, I challenge you to install a screen time app and tell me how many hours you spend scrolling social media. Because if there's more than an hour, I just found your hour for you. Electronics engineering is not that work satisfaction I'm looking for, and industry is worst in my country. Um, I okay. Why are you doing it then? Like, what's your plan? How do you make it economically valuable? Right? Being honest with yourself about stuff like that is kind of important too. Um, right. We were looking for you in our test. If you would look from the outside, you could think that I work about 5 hours a day. However, it's more like 30 minutes. So yes, I agree on work is not always valuable. Um, I mean, if you're like on projects and stuff, like if you're able to do that quickly, then I would say that you should spend the other 4.5 hours doing something else to, further some other project. Gain a new skill, right? Tests. That's where. Not that. We're done in there for now. Wait. Skills test. Where are you? Ah, here you are. Okay, this is in the config manager, though. I'm looking at the wrong one. That's my problem. This one. Skills and attributes up here. Manager skill. But if we're using config manager skill, has a new skill, but doesn't. Okay. But attention span has become a problem these days. You're not alone. I mean, yeah, that's a thing. And I don't really know what to say about that because of who I am. Um, I've never liked short form content, so I've missed like going back to Vines. I didn't even like Vines. uh, so I've missed that sort of push towards short form, short attention span, rapid dopamine thing. Um, but like I also feel the drifty mind, so I'm not sure what to make of that as a phenomenon, right? Because my dad forced me to do that. He actually wanted me to go for mechanical engineering, but I know I'm not that smart. My plans are simple. I want to do cybersecurity stuff for some accountancy. Well, I don't know what to tell you there. Um, that's a tricky one, right? For this, we can just create a new thing. And then what are you unhappy about? Oh. That's what you're unhappy about. And then we go to the correct one. Connection form is the only other place using this. And if we switch this to config manager skill, there we go. And then we can skills and attributes, get skills, which is you. Okay, yeah. But now I'm doing this course and I have to get a job, make money, and become financially independent. Still, if everything goes well, my plans are clear. I mean, and that's, we all do the best we can, right? So like, you have, we all have different constraints, and to borrow a quote from Jack Sparrow, the only rules that matter are these: the things you can do and the things you can't do, right? Temp skills, good now. Not used now? Ah, right, because we replaced you. That's right. That's what led to this whole thing. We were replacing you with loading. Like so. So we can indeed get rid of you, hopefully. Something else in here is still using these guys, though. Available skills, spot DC set skills. Needs to take Fig Manager.skills. And then you need to be get ID, get name, get description, and you need to contain in this list Fig Manager.skills, which will fix you up. And then we can do attributes next. I'm not actually sure why we started with skills, because that's harder in this case, but YOLO. Okay, so now we should be able to run this in theory. Oops. And if we do that, we have issues. Item details is still using something old. Get ID, get name. I don't know if it's attention span. I actually have a pretty okay social media consumption. I just have these extreme brain fog issues. I especially notice these when I try to study. As soon as I open my notes, study for 5 minutes, I have a feeling that's hard to describe. It's like my brain disconnects, like it just goes blank and barely works. If I try to push through it, I get these strong headaches, dizziness even. It's quite uncomfortable. Even searched medical professionals, they all just say, yeah, all good with you, get a psychiatrist or something, which I can't do right now. So yeah. I have no medical advice to give anybody and no experiential advice to give on that. I can tell you that I struggle to learn from written material. I need to, and I also struggle to learn through like even just videos. I tend to kind of like start to fall asleep. I do best when I can do hands-on stuff. And if the course material supports that, then I can use video or text better. But that's just like how I learn, sort of thing, right? And learning how you learn is going to be beneficial to you going forward forever. Okay, let's see here. Open config skills, no such file or directory, because we need to fix that. Config path, which we get passed into us. People say 9-to-5 jobs are worst, but what people don't experience or realize is its best feeling. Coming from work at 6, seeing your family doing dinner together, watching a movie in the night, or config path gets passed into us, which when we do, this will be in main. attribute config file path, skill config file path. Skill config file path is server directory, server config directory, skill config name, skills.json. Or play some games peacefully, enjoy your weekend peacefully. Yeah, I mean, it's really popular to be anti-work and everything these days. Personally, I like to work. I like to do things. So I can't really resonate with that that opinion myself. So I get you. I feel you there. Skill config path, server config directory, server directory, server config directory, skill config file name. Let me do in here, right before we load, get WD. We are in Code Engine Editor. We need to go up a level is what we need. And I don't think I did that, which would make sense. We talked about this. I remember talking about this. We had code before. But it wasn't working as we thought because where did we get that from? Because we weren't, like I thought, in a different file when running under debug. Something else was going on. But if we look at if you do good, you get to retire early. It's just that you and me want to do something unique. Yes and no. It's complicated, right? I would be perfectly happy to go and work for a decent company and make something interesting for probably quite a while. I want to do this now more because the industry and the good company idea isn't really the current fad, right? like once upon a time you went and you got a job and then you worked that job for 60 years and then you got a gold watch and you retired. But they don't like that isn't the way things are anymore, you know? So, and in the current world, the things that are rewarded are not things that I find value in. You look at the kind of the attitude of companies these days, of startups especially, for a long time has been, we'll make something that can't be profitable the way we have it set up. It will never make money. The numbers do not work. But they attract users. They're trading burning money, venture capital money, for acquiring a user base. Once that user base is there, then they sell their company to Fang or whoever, who then makes it worse. The term that Cory Doctorow coined is enshittification. They enshittify the service, making it worse, so that it becomes profitable, right? But the actual product is the company for the founder, not the thing that they make. And I don't find value in that system. And that's kind of my source of discontentment. And currently, even big companies are focused on number go up at all costs. There's no strategy beyond that. And they're thinking extremely short term in everything. And the result is kind of the thing we see now, where a lot of people are burnt out. A lot of people are just tired and unemployed and struggling, right? Yeah, I'm the other way around. I can only study with clear text, clear instructions, books, documentation. That's why I often struggle with programming. If something isn't intuitive, clear, no good documentation, it's brain fog time. It's also why I use AI as a tutor. I don't need code. I just need instructions and clear text instead of random short Reddit post or vague documentation. I don't know how to help you with that one because like you said, we're the other way around, right? To me, the primary role of what I do is to figure out what those instructions are. Like, there's no instruction manual for this. There's advice that I can and have read about the kind of project. But mostly it's just figure it out, right? Everyone thinks that they are Elon Musk in simple. Kind of. It's just they're playing a different game, right? Like I said, the product isn't the software that they're writing or whatever service they're building. It's the company. That is the product. When they exit, they make money. Employees are just there to drive that, you know? Failing is the fun part, actually. Yeah. I mean, trying things, figuring it out, seeing it works, and learning through that is very valuable to me. Okay. What was I doing here? Oh yeah, file path stuff. We found that had something to do with map, I thought. It's hard finding people who actually care about the craft. Yeah, it can be. I would say that I've been lucky to work with a lot of those kind of people, but they don't drive the ship, or they haven't driven the ship in places I've worked. Map loading. Map loading. Probably a map widget. Let's get some of this closed so I can do a look at a thing. Map widget. Already had you open even. Load map config, which comes from up above us here. Map config, directory file name is the path. Split of file path, which is our selected file, but we open you join working directory config directory. If we don't find you here, we get the direct. That's what it was. We do need. We do need this guy. And that is in the widget. We load you up, and it's. No, I lied. Yeah, it's in here. Isn't it? No, it's in new. I think I closed you. Nope, you're over here. Doesn't exist here because our working dir is editor, not the root. But I forgot to grab this. Ah. This, however, is an Arishnaki bar on... No, this is a return error. Because we do that here. Like so. Something I have to do more. I'm scared of writing bad code. Every line of code I write is thought through 5 times. That's why I write 1 line of code per hour. Should more often just throw in some random methods and look what happens, but overthinking has always been my specialty. I mean, you'll learn faster if you fail fast, right? And it's software. You can change it. And you kind of have to just fail a lot to learn. And then you'll eventually stop failing in the same ways and find new and interesting ways to fail. But that's fine. My course mate's mindset is make a company with a joint investment. They do not care what they're selling. They do not care what their product is. They say they'll make and sell the trending products. Yeah. I've seen that too. But less so. I would still prefer that to the company is the product mentality, right? Because then you'll have to compete on product at some point. So make a lot with that. Once they think it's in a company, sell the company and just exit, because once you have a company, it's easy to make money. I mean, we were just talking about the things you have to unpack to really have a good appreciation of the thing, right? And I think that they're going to find there's a lot to unpack. Why scared? Scared of what people think of your code, or is it something else? Good question. Let's see here. Because I forgot. Working dir becomes that. Because we don't join in the same way. We need to... We're only going to go up 1, and then we're going to fail if we can't find you still. So when we do this... we can join the directory of working dir and config path. Otherwise, it stays the same. No one talks about solo devs shipping simple, boring products that work. Everyone just wants the unicorn. Yes. There we go. And now we have our 3, and let's make sure that that is the correct 3. They should be coming from here now. Skills, I lied. That's attributes. This is skills. We only have 2. We should have 3. Oh, that ain't right, is it? Strength and agility. I've got these flippy flopped. I don't know how I didn't notice that, but we have athletics, U Sports, good. And if we come in here, more explanation, okay, good. Acrobatics, you're bendy. Perception, you look good. Like with your eyeballs. Okay, so that part, good. We just need to fix up what goes where, which I think we probably had working correctly up until I monkeyed with this right here. Have a really good import and distribution business model. There's not a lot of companies, but it can make a lot of money. Capital experience contracts, yeah. Do we distract you with side talk? Absolutely. I'm hoping we aren't too sidetracked. We are, but that's fine. If I wanted to sit quietly and code uninterrupted, I wouldn't be here, right? I would prefer to have interesting talks and get distracted sometimes than just sit here and never talk and code. Like, there's a time for that. And I do that outside of stream, usually on different projects, but eventually I'll run out of those and this will become my main thing. It's much more interesting to have different perspectives from different places in the world and to talk about that than it is to just code. Up here, attributes and skills in that order. But this is where I flipped them. I genuinely don't know. I'm not even talking about publishing my code. Just instead of spending an hour figuring out what a couple of methods do, just throw them in your program, start, look what they do. If they don't work, remove them. It's like my brain thinks that if I use the wrong method once, my laptop exploded or something. I'm going to send you a link. Hang on 1 second. For one thing, you get to watch me do things wrong like 4 hours a day, 4 days a week up here. But there's a specific thing. I need to this and this. Just gonna throw this in here. I'll throw this into both chats because I think that's very important. I don't know if you can tell, but I do not have a lot of control of my brain right now. I mean, take control. Do it. Make your brain do its work. Hey, Pluck, how's it going? A company doesn't need to go unicorn. A business is successful business when it makes good numbers. Yes. And now if I run this guy, got my German citizenship on Wednesday. Congratulations. I hope that is, there we go. Now our skills and attributes are in the right places. I hope that is the end of that particular process for you and you can go on with new things. Doesn't even good numbers. A lot of those pressures come from raising too much funding too early. I mean, yeah, it sort of depends on where your funding comes from, right? Now you're a wash reel potato. What? I'm going to need a breakdown of that. Enormous pressure sources removed. Awesome. I'm really glad. Okay. I'm happy with this so far. So let's do a quick commit here. It's a big one, but that's just the way it's going to be. Oh, actually, I need to... You should not be used except for inside of here, so you can actually go away. Because we've moved you out to the config manager skill. Let's make sure nothing explode. The fact that you finally got it really makes the dog in the pan go crazy. I love idioms literally translated. That's just, oh, it's so weird. The world is weird and languages are weird. I had an interview today. I started preaching Rust to them. I think they think I'm insane now. Awesome. That's good. We need a little insanity in the world, right? Well, I hope they think you're insane in the good way. In the we want to hire this guy way. Okay, yeah, we're good there. Refactor skills in skills and attributes to use the config manager skill instead. It was so-called turbo naturalization, which is getting a citizenship after 3 years only. Out of 5 people in our Bundesland, 4 were me, my wife, and our children. Gotcha. I think they'll cancel this track in the coming days. So I'm glad you got it done then, before they did that. Why frowny face there, Marco? Make a small business, expand it through a whole town, register a company. You can start from very common things and make money. You make contacts, you get some money, you import, you distribute, register a company. Yeah. I mean, that is a path for sure. Okay. Next up, we need to do attributes. They're going to get the same treatment, I think. What is the other chat you're reading? YouTube. YouTube chat. YouTube has been like popping off lately, and it's been kind of crazy. Because they used to be like nobody ever talked and nobody ever watched. For the weekends, YouTube viewership is actually higher. I just looked it up. Our old government introduced it in 2024 and the new government abolished it in 2025. Good job getting it done. Nice. Marco says, hello, other chat from YouTube. Okay, before I tackle attributes, I'm going to go use the restroom really quick. Actually, hang on. Twitch, y'all are going to get ads in 4 minutes. We'll wait until then. I'll go on the ad break. So instead, we will start on attributes. So we'll need to do, let's see here. This is Config Manager's version of skills. We'll close that to keep us from getting confused. We don't need item tiles open right now. I don't think we need map. Widget. Yes, that's our skills and attributes widget. Okay. So we need you all to come over here. This. It actually makes no sense considering the small number of the people qualified just to apply for it. Yeah. Yeah, all of this is fine to come over and get just a justified. This is that. Let's actually open skills real quick because we're going to do the same exact thing we did here for the ID creation. Like so. This, we just do that, that, at. These ones are easy. Making a company for your money-making business's way to make more money doesn't even need to be a startup. Yes, go ahead and import the regular errors. That's still the correct answer for that. And you return a bad. That's why you, we need to take that out of there because a null UUID has a validity already in it. And I believe I was checking to see if this was going to give me a valid null UUID. We'll have to figure that out here in a second. But we'll go with it for now. Over here, you need to do the same thing. And actually, this is going to be the case for both types of manager because it's going to take in the config path. And because we use interfaces here, we can just do that. We did this because we only wanted to execute on that one type. This can come out. These will become unused. And then we don't need that. We need to look at attributes over here. The new one we created while we were setting this all up and make sure that we take you out. That like so. This becomes the same way where we can just assign that directly because it is exported. Own company makes taking all the risks, but also an unlimited upside. Yes. 9 to 5 job carries no risk, but upside is very limited. Yep. Hey, Ash, how's it going? You're here just in time for me to run to the restroom, so I'll be right back. There we go. Much better. Let's see here. How's your week going other than having more project ideas the way it usually is? Are you trying to say that having more project ideas is the normal state for an engineer? It's been okay. The job hunt, still a hot dumpster fire, as usual. But project work, I was probably a little optimistic on how much I could get done, which is not surprising given that it involves acquiring new skills. But I did get a lot done. Um, I don't think I'm going to stream games this week. I'm gonna try to finish up the project this week, and then it can be announced. Um, and then start games next week. I hope. We'll have to see how long it takes me, and at some point I'll have to just say, you know what, I need to let it take a little longer and do other things while it does, right? But we'll see where we get to and kind of adjust. Um, Other than that, it's not as hot here today, and it hasn't been for a couple days. I'm really glad for that. And it's another day I woke up above ground, so it's a good day. um, you do not take all the risks, your company takes it. That's why you make it a limited domain company. Your company is an entity which owns assets, propriet properties. Uh, um, yeah, but like your money and your income and whatever you reinvest into the business is still at risk, right? Um, it I was watching a YouTube video and they were talking about how investment companies try to run things that they buy. And they were saying that one of the guys that they admired, their philosophy was to find something that was so simple even an idiot could run it successfully, but then get a wonderful person to run it. And the thing they tried to find was somebody who was going to run it as though their net worth would become zero if it failed, which is what a founder sort of person deals with usually, right? Like they wrap up a lot of their income into their businesses because they're trying to grow them, whether they're growing them to sell them or whatever, right? It becomes a risk. We missed you. Aw. What game are you playing? Nothing yet. I want to play some Zachtronics games and just see if people like to watch them. So we'll probably, my loose plan is to start with Shenzhen IO and see where we go. I haven't played a ton of that one. Um, but it was fun. They sit in this weird space where when I start to play them just for recreation, they take so much effort that I feel like I should be working on something else, right? But um it it might be interesting to stream. So we'll see kind of how it goes. And if it goes well, then we might try Exapunks and then see where we go from there. If you're smart enough, you'll have multiple sources, income sources, even if you have a company. I mean, there's a lot there to unpack, right? There's a finite mental capacity, finite number of hours in a day. And you're going to make mistakes because you're human and you don't know what you're doing because none of us do, right? We all have to kind of figure it out. So that's sort of a really clean, cut and dried, well, that's easy. Um, it lacks nuance. Let's just say that. It's always better to be rich and healthy than to be poor and sick. News at 11. Right? That's very true. It's rough out there. It's hard. Yeah, the world is hard. That's just one of those things that is life in a nutshell. You need to use config manager dot attribute. You need to be config manager attributes. There's always difference between entrepreneur and businessman, at least for a month. Well, Hydroxer, I would love for you to prove us all wrong and for it to be really, truly that easy for you. And if that happens, then you know where to find me if you need a software guy and you have software guy money. But I caution you to temper your expectations and be open to the fact that there's going to be some hard stuff if you try to do that. And I hope that doesn't stop you. Like, I'm not saying you shouldn't. I'm just saying to, like, be ready if it does, right? Be ready mentally to say, okay, I'm going to solve these problems now. 100K salary for me, no less. I think that was all of them. Nope, we got one more down here. Like so. That should be all of them except for this file. And then we have strength, agility, endurance, and mind. That looks pretty good because I don't think we had mind in the test data. And the test data, I believe, has been deleted. Just go double check and make sure we got them all. Attributes, strength, agility, endurance, mind. Fantastic. Now, let's do a quick commit for this. Refactor. Skills and attributes to use config manager attributes. Like so. Also, today I learned that Robert Pike is still pushing his odd views on the poor hapless Go community. Which views would those be, Ash? And I totally got distracted. How's your week been? How's Friday treating you? All that good stuff. What are you up to? We need to do saving. Have we done that yet? Check this real quick here. Add new. We'll just call you Foo. If we save you, then you're selected. That works correctly. But this should only be in memory. Nothing saves you to disk yet. So if we restart, we don't have foo. Okay, that's the next task. It's been a fun work week. Nothing to complain about other than my usual grievances with Go. You just need to accept the gopher into your heart. Uh, one of uncles is doing that. He's having 3 grain mills, a company, owns a convenience store, gas station, has an excavator for landscaping business, mostly during these seasons as side. Gotcha. By the way, see, you have to go. Hey, have a great day and enjoy the rest of your Friday. We'll catch you some other time. I'm just complaining. Anyone can do that. It's like free. Marco also has grievances with Go. Marco was just talking about espousing the Rust way in an interview, Ash, and you missed it. You were too slow. You could have rusted up together and been, I don't know what they call a group of crabs. a scuttle of crabs together. Have you read that a little jokey but still valid comparison between Go and some other language? I've seen various different flavors of that kind of concept, but probably not the one you're talking about. It is the way. I find it funny that as somebody who streams exclusively Go thus far, I have so many Rusties. The way, the life, and the light. Regress to monkey or evolve to crab. Let's go look at our save. What does our save do? How do we wire that up? We have active, we have our list. Error creating new item, it's right here. We set the data structure, we update, we set handled. We need to trigger writing here. No, sorry, this is new item button. We need the save button. That actually lives in details. Anyway, TLDR, someone compared features and syntax of Go and found that it's nearly equivalent in most places, surpasses in very few places, and in worse as many places, and is worse in many places than Algol 68, a 50-year-old language. I've never seen Algol. I think I've heard the name, but I can't be sure. But glass half full, that means we're going to have Go for 50 years. Okay. Detail pane. Item details. Anyhow, to paraphrase my today's grievance, someone asked why there isn't a slices.filterfunc, and the response was, just use a for loop, it's more versatile. But what if you just use a for loop because it's more versatile? Second point was that a filter func might have like unexpected overhead or performance impact. Yeah, okay. Eventually we'll probably get one, right? And it'll probably be weird because that seems to be how Go goes. But a lot of that is just like do it yourself manually and just write it, it's fine. It's not that big a deal. Hello, helicopter or airplane. Apparently it's summertime fly time. Oh god, my brain just randomly farted a solution for my network problem into my head. I'm probably going to test that real quick and then watch some TV, so see you tomorrow. Hey, good luck. I hope it works for you. Have a great evening. Don't worry though, you can use slices.delete, which takes a slice index and returns a slice and also modifies your slice in place. Slices had these lambda style functions, but someone purposefully took them out because they weren't being used enough. Nobody probably knew about them because the Go mentality is so just write a for loop and do it yourself, that they didn't even go look for them. I've had that bite me a couple times where like there's an easy way to do a thing that I've just gone and done myself, and I'm like, oh, I should have just done that. Oh well. What if we just wrote binary like Amoeba? It's more versatile. I mean, the mitochondria is the powerhouse of the program. Rob did famously say in one of our presentations early on that a little bit of code repetition never hurt nobody. Yeah, yeah. A little bit of copying is worse than a lot of bit of dependency or whatever he said, or there was something along those lines. I forget it now. I've completely ruined it. Also my favorite when commenting on generics, the idea is that you don't have to worry about types and just think about your code. I don't know what you mean because generics involve thinking about types a lot. Like, I try to avoid them where possible because of it, because it just becomes a headache. That's what I was doing. I kind of get where he's coming from. I had to trace a weird Python object which had like 7 inherited classes, multiple inheritance in some place, methods of all of them called each other. Yeah. Inheritance done poorly is a symptom of OOP being bad and misapplied. I mean, anything too dogmatically applied is bad, right? That's, you know, that's one of those things where I have read about a lot of, like, solid is single object something, Liskov substitution something, right? Like, I don't even remember what it stands for anymore. Like, I've read all of that, but none of it has been so universally valuable that I have needed to retain it. And I think that's the case with a lot of that stuff. Like, like, the dogma leads to inflexibility and overcomplication. Pure functional bros will have to believe everything should be stateless. They would have to stop talking about monads long enough to have another belief. This is the way, right? OOP, it's not about dogmatic. It's about someone fundamentally misunderstanding the idea of OOP and coming up with C++, which now turns out was a huge mistake. The computer has Alzheimer. Functional programming bros, apparently. There's an article, OOP, $1 trillion disaster. It's on the level of the invention of null. There's no problem that can't be solved by adding another level of abstraction. But what about your feature factory that factures that creates new factories? Something metaprogramming. Saving things to disk. That's what I was doing. Before Ash became very funny. When he gets on his little rusty soapbox, it's one of my favorite times. And it's not funny because you're wrong in any way. It's funny because you get wound up. Where the hell is Ash? Am I blind? No, he's over on YouTube these days. He has YouTube Premium or Pro or whatever they call it. So it's a better viewing experience for him. When looking at C++, remember that no problem, no matter how complex, when looked at in the right way, can't be made more complex still. Save button on a click. We check that and tell you that things are bad. Except I think we need to return here, otherwise we'll actually create it, right? Otherwise we go through, we set name. Let's double check that. Maybe I did know what I was doing before and I didn't forget it. So if I come in here and I do this and I hit save, yeah, we're good. I think, pretty sure. But if I give you a name, then we're happy. Anyway, hello Jazz by proxy, but I'm gonna do a bit of a lurk while I write some more. Just broke 94,000 words the other day. Awesome. Enjoy. Love a good lurk. We send a change. And because chooser is for the attribute on click, what ends up handling this change? Or did we just wire that up for for this to be happening later? Toggle func is set up to our on click. Do we put detail pane inside of you? I don't remember. We did. Okay, yes. On change, set to handled. We go through here. You're updating an existing item. Update it. We do all this, and then we need to write you to the file wherever you are. You don't store currently your file path because the manager does. No, you don't store it either. You just use it to load. Over here, new widget, do all that. Set data manager to that. So you do have a data manager. Yes, yes, okay. So data manager needs to store its config path. We're not using this, and we're not using this because it doesn't make sense. We were sort of thinking we might try to do that, but then we decided we needed to split these apart because they do indeed do different things. They're just the same object for lack of repetition reasons. The this. We just need to put you in. Let's do, I guess up here is fine. Are we using our mutex at all? We are. We're doing it in getting skills. Or getting list items here. We also have add item. Which is used here. Yes. We also have a delete item, which is used here. Okay, perfect. List update. List update. So we can do here. We just need to tell you to use the config manager's right functionality that it should already have. Write config file, takes this, marshals it, outputs it to the file path. So once we have this stored, call you config path, that's probably fine. Let's do config file path, just because up here is that. We build you up, we do all this good stuff. Put you in there. We just need to teach you to save your items. Put you down here. I don't even need that. I just need you to lock yourself, defer the unlock, and then config manager dot write config file path is my config file path. This is my available items, like so. This returns an error. We'll say that you can also return an error. Error writing. And we have a manager type. So what we could do is error writing big file that this will be not that manager type, and this will be the error, like so. Otherwise return nil. And then here, once we do all this, we can do Data manager, save items. Do an error here. Oops. If it's not nil, then we can do error Shanky bar off of the widget. This is error. Label. Actually, we just want to do a message snack bar here off of this widget. And then the message is error. I've got a dip, but I just wanted to thank you for recommending the 8 Marvelous and Melancholy Things. I've learned about creativity. I've read it all and it's been empowering. Thank you for being awesome. Hey, thank you for being awesome. I'm glad that you enjoyed that. I really found that to be one of my favorite things on the internet. That was a really, really good list of things to keep in mind as a person that is creative too. And you have a great night. We'll catch you some other time, I hope. Okay, now we run this. And then we'll add an attribute. It is foo. We'll save it. Okay. Because we forgot. Up here when we set this, it needs to be actually down here after we've verified which path is which. Right here. Leave myself a note as to why it lives here. But this is new manager.config file path equals config path like so. Try that again. And then if we save you, we got no error. We should see in our attributes our foo. Hey, Sai, how's it going? How's things? How's the engine? How's your week? How's the job apps? How's everything? Okay, and then if we we'll need to fix that. Type in attribute manager attribute list at index 0. If we delete you, you should then come out. Oh, we overwrote that too. That shouldn't be. What has changed about that? Oh, it's a comma because base attribute got applied. Okay. Let's roll that back. Yee, I actually got an interview for a hospital role next week. Awesome. Well, good luck with that. Are you doing hospital-y things or tech things? Or potentially trying to do? The engine chilling, pretty much the same. How about you? How's the progress? I mean, it's going pretty good. I mean, we're kind of behind schedule. I think it was you I was talking to where I was hoping to have this done by last weekend. But, you know, it'd be what it be. Whoa, what's that noise? Hey, thanks for the sub. I really appreciate that. It was a new noise. Well, I've heard it once before, or a couple times before, but I had to go look. Sob. Right? It's very exciting to me still. Your first sub? Aw. I really, really appreciate that. Really do. So we get two things going wrong here. We need this object is getting a null base attribute thing that gets marshaled. Where attributes... What's the current issue you're dealing with? It's not really an issue. I'm just... when I wrote... well, I got two things. I do have two small issues. First of all, there was a type assertion error because I've refactored things to use the config manager shared attributes instead of the ones we created over here while we were developing. So there's a type assertion error going on somewhere, but also it wrote null for attribute base attribute ID, which is the part of a list item, but doesn't exist on attributes, and we don't want to put that into the file. But you don't actually have... you shouldn't actually have that attribute because you don't really exist, which is interesting. Oh no, because we're in skills. Were we in skills or were we in attributes? Yeah, you have them. That's correct. Yeah, we were in attributes. We'll run this again real quick. We added an attribute, though, didn't we? We did, yeah. So when you get loaded up, we give you our list of items, and you're an interface and config manager unmarshals that interface. And because, okay, we need to there's a way to make I can't remember the tag now. There's a way to make this ignored, but if it doesn't exist, that's interesting. You must have gotten it out of list item. The list item is just an interface. I don't think I can tag interfaces like that. It's a weird... That's a weird thing to have happen. Let's just double check. Save you. We go look at our attributes. Yeah, base attribute ID. It must automatically, in marshalling, call the get. And this returns base attribute. Well, it's not even... It's base attribute, not base attribute ID. Oh. Hospital role is nursing, but they do have computer science role, so I'm hoping I can gain the skills for those roles while I'm there and apply internally. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, I mean, that seems valid. Do you have, like, nursing certifications and stuff, or is it just like a one that you don't need that for? You can just help out without a full-blown nursing thing. It's also interesting that this didn't add them. That's weird. Super weird. Used to be going down a medical route, so I still keep my nursing assistant HHA licenses out. Gotcha. I mean, it's awesome. You got a backup, right? Makes total sense. And you're not just like close you, reopen you. Yeah. Huh. That's weird. Let's roll you back real quick. And go have a looky look here. When we load you, load skills. Oh, right. Okay. It's because we load you as a skill and you still meet the requirements. That's what happened. Okay. We totally... And it's because of that. Okay. And because these load specifically and unmarshal into these guys. Okay. We need to... That's easy enough to fix. We just need to move this. Okay, so... We can do this loading before the switch. And then... like so. And then inside of here... Except for you... Can't do that. We can do an interface though, right? But then we can't do that because we'd have to type assert them. Okay, that's fine. Let's just put this inside of this block as well. I'm not too mad about that. It'd be a little repetition, but you know, yeah. And then we'll do the same exact thing here, but instead of load skills, we call load attributes. And then once we've gotten down here, we need to put you up here as well. Wait, we already did put you up here. Did we just leave you? Yeah, we just left you behind. Okay, that's fine. And then after we've loaded everything, we're still good to set that. That should take care of that issue. So we add a new. Like so. We save our changes. We go to our attributes and we see everything's working correctly now. We just need to get deletion working correctly. Let's manually delete that real quick. Yo. And then deletion is going to be right config file. Yes, this is all interfacey, so that should work fine. I just got hyped for what? Serialization, deserialization. Yes, yes. You haven't, okay. You haven't seen a map yet, have you? This is a map file. We build our transits from. That's why we have an editor, though, because this is not human friendly, right? But we know a lot of things about maps. So there's tiles that store references to connections, and we just store the connections in the same file here. They have an ID, an origin, destination, all that. UUID as far as I can see? Yes. Possibly too many of them, but there were some things that I needed to key off of a unique ID. So I kind of just supported it in everything. We'll see how that shakes out when we start adding the idea of multiple maps and all that. And Z levels and good stuff like that. So save, fine. Delete, though. That works for deleting. This does not, however, write the delete. New item button. We need to be in item details. Delete button, on click. We send change and we update. Which should be handled in our on change here. We go through the, right here. Because we don't... So we return early. So we would need to do this. We defer set handled. We're going to defer a lambda instead. And put that in there, just like so. So that no matter how we return, we're going to save the items. I believe that should be safe to run. Because we delete them here, we update them there, or we add them. But does adding a new item button... Ooh, this does add an item. We'll find out. And I feel like the more UUIDs I see, the more performance-minded the file/objects are. File/object/program are. I mean... Yes and no. There's absolutely a case to be made for when you don't need them, right? But like, in general, I think that's probably a reasonably good kind of general hunch. Map is kind of a pain to work with, but the UUIDs are how you, because in the actual struct of the map, if we go look at the server map, which is not in internal, it's right here. Map is only aware of tiles. So we build and share the connection item into the tile. So if we go and look at a tile, it has a connection. So we build them, they share objects, so they have the same thing to look at, which just stores all of the back and forthies, right? So even though we build a grid and the tiles do occupy a grid, they're almost more graphy. They're only a grid because I don't like the way graphy maps end up representing themselves in a mapper. They start to look weird and throw off your kind of vibe of where you are. I've always found that really hard, which is why we use the grid, but we still have the flexibility to connect to anything from anywhere. It's not supported in the editor just yet because they're like, we're doing first passes on everything and we'll start to consume them and add the functionality. But hopefully it's performant enough. It's kind of hard to work with, but it feels valid because of the way it needs to work. It's a thing I fought in the UI a lot because in there, a connection is an object in and of itself and not just something that's... It's a discrete object and not just a thing that's attached to tiles. Because grids, you know... Okay. We're testing adding and deleting. What we need to do is make sure, so add new, then we go to our attributes, which I have buried. There we go. Okay, so you don't exist yet. We hit save. Yes, good. So you're added to the list in the sense of you exist in memory. But then if I go who are Baz, hit save, you get added. I believe as long as it works for the use case, I think I do the cardinal direction thing for my 2D user interface assets, but obviously different from a use case. Cardinal directions are kind of just we're keying off of them, but that's just for fast lookup to where you go. I'm trying. If you can see an exit to the east, and you say I go east, it selects the direction you're trying to go, pulls that transit up, and does the things, because we have things attached to the idea of the transit object. So we have the connection, which holds lists of transits. So you get in there and you figure out what the transit parameters are. The transit holds its source, its destination, DCs, all stuff like that, right? And it just gets packed up into this shared notion, this shared object between the tiles. Transit parameters sound 6. Yeah. So that's how we did the skill DCs and stuff. The idea is that you can, and it also has the description and stuff like that. So the idea is that you can customize the parameters of what does the interaction of a character traveling that path do or look like, right? So that adds that, and if we delete you, bam, done. Love that. Let's do skills. We add you a new foo bar baz base attribute mind with mind bullets. Perfect. We need to fix that. That's wonky. We delete you, however. Then you go away. Let's do endurance, let's say. You get written. Perfect. We switch you then to mind. You get updated. Love it. Let's do a quick commit. Get file saving working for skills and attributes. Okay. We need to fix the extra new lines, and I want to double check if those showed up on, I think they did. I think they showed up on attributes as well. Let's go there, add a new. They do. Okay, so we need to get rid of that. Delete you real quick. Like so. All right. That would be happening when we store these, probably. So it'd be in item details. Also, I'm going to run and use the restroom. I'm drinking all this water, and it's time. I'll be right back. Much better. Okay. So this would almost certainly have to be in here in the details. When we get our text right here, set help text is the value of the lines to string. Does that mean that it would almost have to mean that this lines.string, oh right, duh, has two new lines at the end of it? Which actually might make a degree of sense because there is a bug with that thing where it gets confused about what line it's on. That could be part of it. See here, set help text. Yeah, we just We just said it. Okay. A new line at the end doesn't really seem to make a lot of sense to me. But if we do trim space, it should preserve new lines in the middle without the duplicate new lines at the end. In theory. And let's see here. We'll just do attributes because it's the one that gets opened first. And if we save you, then you lack your trailing. But if I was to say do that. Yes, good. Loves it. Get that out of there. And we'll do a commit for that. Fix trailing new lines from lines.string output. Get out of here, new line, new line. Yes, exactly. Get out of, yeah. Out of, get out here. Okay, we need to figure this out. And it tells me implementations, but not uses. That's annoying. But we can find uses here. And we can say descriptions. That's all within that. Test. It won't be on attributes. It'll be on skills, yeah. And we're looking for get base attribute. It's in skills. We must not call it directly on a skill. We must call it on the interface object. Yoink. Right here, item details. Right, that's why we turn the So let's get that out of there because we don't need to duplicate the fact that this already has a bool stored in it. So here, you just return that. You only expect to return that. And we'll do the same thing in attributes because you are an interface. That. Rid of that. Like so. And then in details here, what are the attributes for gameplay wise? Skill checks and stuff like that, right? You beautiful people, I gotta go. Wishing you a good day /evening /night. Bye-bye. Good night, Jazz. We'll catch you tomorrow maybe. Have a wonderful evening. And thanks for hanging out. So the base idea so far and what I've basically implemented is that there is the notion of a skill check or an attribute check or an ability check. So a skill can have a base attribute or not, and they will add to your skill checks. So it's sort of like a tabletop role playing game, right? Where you roll dice of some kind and it's set up to accept any kind of a roller. Right now, there's just a simple, like a D20 system. So the idea is that if I say, cool, give me a check on whatever we have here. Like you can do just an endurance check and it would add whatever you rolled to whatever your endurance score is. Or you could just say, hey, you have to be able to, you have to have this level of it, right? Skills having a base attribute, they would compound. So you would get, acrobatics, base attribute should be agility, right? So they would add to there. Or you can just, make a filter that says, hey, you have to be able to do this skill in order to use this thing. And a lot of it's just bare bones scaffolded in because the editor makes it easier to build, right? Because this is not super human friendly. And it runs a tabletop. Yeah, you can find these in the editor. Yes. That's why I'm on editor, because if we have a first pass of the editor, we can do some exploration into the actual game thoughts, right? So far, we've been thinking entirely engine thoughts. And we can encounter the things that we kind of think we want, but aren't sure. And then we can add them as a thing and add editor support all in the same part. And hopefully have a more cohesive addition rather than just like, we probably want to be able to do this, but like, there's a lot of problems around that to solve, right? So, kind of stair-stepping is my plan. Like, we know, I'm almost certain that we need to be able to support multiple maps, but right now the map doesn't know how to do that. And we know that we want, or we're pretty sure that we want to be able to support connecting to non-cardinal directions to do like a portal or something. But the editor is also ignorant of that so far, and so is the map, I believe. We'd have to figure out how exactly I want to do that, but like getting the baseline editor done is a huge leap towards that. So game thoughts do sound nice, right? As much as I've enjoyed writing the engine and solving all these weird problems that you really only encounter when you're building an engine, I am kind of excited to start thinking game thoughts and start putting together a game using the engine to dog food it, right? Here, we do valid. Oh, right, yeah, okay. I lied. Okay. We type assert, yes, all right. Because we type assert there, we don't need to do it here. Don't delete that, please. So yeah, I was correct. So I need to do this. If it's valid, then we do those things. Ooh, but then that breaks this. So let's do this. And then that. Everything works. In theory. And if we run you, then my deal has disappeared. Which tells me, right. We returned that because we were using it to check if it was valid for the struct. Crap. That's right. I remember now. Because I ran into this exact problem where it's an invalid UUID because it's new. It hasn't been created yet. And we're using that to drive whether or not we display this. Okay. That's fine. Restore that. I think we're going to leave that in because it makes the most sense. But what I'm going to do, turn an extra bool here because it signifies whether or not this, and I didn't spell that correctly, signifies if this implementation of the interface has a base attribute or not. C, item details or more. Leave myself this note in both skills and in attributes. So that I don't screw myself over again chasing this rabbit hole. Add note for future me as to why we return a bool. Now, I think might be everything for attributes for now. Skills and attributes, I should say. Think so. Just double check. And we'll do a search for to-dos here in a second too. We had something was erroring. I think we fixed that. Oop. I think it was here, and then we clicked. It was because we were using skills and not attributes. That's why we had that error. Okay. So we fixed that by fixing our loader. Yeah, I'm reasonably happy with this all in all. Let's close these real quick just to get back to tidied. I think this is viable, so I think we'll take this out. I'm pretty good with that. This is going to be a question for future us, so we'll leave that in. That's fine. That's the only one here. None in skills and attributes. None in item details. None in item tile. Type gen is not for us to play with anyway. None in widget. Looking pretty good. Let's do a quick regen just to make sure everything gets updated if we've changed anything, which we've monkeyed with a couple things. It's actually going to take out a lot of things, I think. Because we took out skills and attributes for the skills and attributes package. And we have a couple things to tidy up before we do the next push. Yeah, took out a bunch of stuff from the types, I bet. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. We'll do a commit here. We need to moved to done rerun type gen after making changes. And then I have multiple pages open to the same thing. Excellent. Here we go. Set up a PR here. Mergificate. Deleteficate. And all that, tidy up, all that good stuff. Okay. Meow. Also put you over into the done category. We need to do a couple of little things. First things first, we need to get rid of start up a new branch here. Perfect. We need to get rid of the last vestiges of the original name that I just yeeted into existence. Double check one last time here. All right. So, because it's going to break a bunch of stuff and then we'll fix it. Come in here. You have not been called GoMud for a very long time. There is already a GoMud. Am I allowed capitalization in Go module names? Don't know. Let's find out really quick. I might not be. Modules can contain hyphens. Let me pull this up. Package names is blogged about in their official stuff. Package names, package contents, package paths. Don't think. Look at this as well. Here we go. Package names. Packages are given lowercase single word names. Okay. We will follow convention. We'll be good. And actually, I want to use my tools, rename. Actually, let me double Somebody said dashes were allowed, but underscores are mixed caps. Oh, I don't want packages. I want modules. If they don't say anything about modules, I'm just going to do what I want. This was capitalized before. It's caused me no problems. We're just going to do that. And then whack a great big refactor in there. Let it sort itself out. Let's make sure we can still run the editor. And that all of that has been correctly refactored. Looks pretty good. Let's do server. I will need to run the database container real quick. Start you. Perfect. Make sure my server starts up correctly. Looks pretty good. Infos only. Excellent. Okay. And client as well. Looks good to me as well. Okay. Let's do a commit for that. Stop those. Do package name refactor. Okay. Oh, module, not package, but whatever. Same difference. The other thing, why you said you're blue for a second there. The other thing we want to do assume you'll update. I don't know why you still say that. Okay. Let's also update our dependencies while we're here. And then we'll chase some strings down, get the labels on all the windows and all that good stuff. Just do a quick tidy. The next task after this, we might look at the client bug. Or I can put that off until I'm doing more client work. Put that off until I'm doing more client work. We'll work on getting UI around changing editor widgets. Because right now we're hard-coded to launch one screen. We need to fix that eventually. And now seems like a good time to do that. Let's make sure everything is still hunky-dory after we've done all that. Should be, but you know. Sometimes stuff do be happening. Take a while to build though, because we've just blown up everything. Cache won't help much. There we go. Okay. Shiny. Let's go back to server. That launched correctly. Client. Seems to be okay to me. We're dropping unhandled message type success, but that's fine for now. We need to think about that stuff later anyway. Stop those. We'll do a commit here for updates dependencies. There we go. Now, tidy that up. We want to go into our editor here, main. Get rid of that for now. Probably going to eventually put this into a config, but for now, we can leave it. Do that. Just call it that. And client. Check not to do though. That I'm fine to leave for now. We need to type gen. Okay, we'll do that in a second here. Update log message and window title strings. Do a quick go generate. See. Let's change this. For now. That's like a defaulty one, that's fine. Well, that's weird because that shouldn't exist. Where are you? You're in server.json. You know what? I think this is just a placeholder. I don't think anything's actually using that yet. Because... Oh no, I still have this in here. Oh, I didn't delete you yet. I did the rename. Okay. So now that we fix that, we actually do need to run this all again because that could have been a thing. No worries. Run this. Nothing in there should have changed though, because that's just got the test database stuff. So that should be fine. But you know, we'll run it just to be sure. Oh hey, it's Elpsy or Elsi? Yeah. Yeah. He might have snuck away, I'm not sure. But he was here. No, it is Elsi. I sight read and sometimes it doesn't translate. Yeah, there he is. He is here. The first time I saw his name, I said Elpsy, and then I asked later because it occurred to me, I was like, maybe I've just done something incredibly dumb. It is Elsi. Everyone says it both ways, yeah. Like, Elpsy is, like, it sounds like a screen name, right? So, and it's right there. Especially if you don't speak Spanish, which I don't. I speak English and bad English. Oh yeah, yeah. I will always have trouble not saying LC, but I'll try to remember it right. I mean, you just witnessed me doing it live. Think we are good to go. Love the concern. I mean, it's your name, you know, it's the name you picked even, so I try to get people's screen names right. Or to use the abbreviation that they have chosen for themselves, right? Have I been on this channel before? I remember following a bunch of text adventure people for when they streamed again. My memory is bad. I can tell you that it is a first time chat. And if I can look, see, you have followed me since June 20th, so presumably you've been here before. Let's see, the 20th. That was Friday, so yeah, I would have been live. Yes, our type gens all got fixed. That's what I was doing. Double checking these are all good now. It's fine for now. You know, I searched up a bunch of text adventure software dev people without necessarily chatting or watching them, so I'd be able to see when they were streaming. Oh, gotcha. So there's a good chance this is my first time here. Well, welcome. It's your first chat. So welcome to chat. I can tell you that. Unless I see a name a lot, I will also forget. So no worries. I've had a couple people on the YouTube side come and go, "Hey, do you remember me?" I'm like, "Nah." And I don't, it might have been the same person multiple times for all I know. Extra is writing a text adventure engine in Python. Nice, excellent. Working on my own text adventure, so I've been trying to follow others doing similar. Awesome. It certainly is a fun thing to do. Are you going for local only or online stuff? Online, it's on a website now. Nice. Awesome. Probably not multiplayer. Okay. Why online if it's not multiplayer? Is there like a chat or something? Just out of sheer curiosity. Easier to access. Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, makes sense. No download needed. Yeah. There were a number of old online clicky click games where you didn't you didn't really see other players. Like you interacted with the environment. It was PvE. But they had a chat component. And so people would like chat RP and stuff like that. Meanwhile, the main game loop you engaged in was just like click to go over here and kill these guys or whatever. That was our free games, you know. Oh boy. This. Oh, interesting. I remember like Candy Box, but that didn't have a chat. I don't remember that name. I really can't remember the names of most of them. Because it was a long time ago. Congregate had a chat, if that's what you mean. No, wasn't Congregate kind of like Newgrounds, where they it was like a site with a bunch of flash games? Or a dark room, if you remember any of that. Not really. These were like 2010s games I'm mentioning. Yeah, it was okay. Y'all bringing back memories for me. You Y'all remember Newgrounds? Yeah, I remember Newgrounds. Yeah, no, these were you would like log in. There was a chat where people would text RP and just talk to one another. Like there was in character and out of character sometimes. But the website was very much like a flash game, but you were all kind of in the same world. You know, your character name was what your chat handle was and all that. Um, and there were some that were just pure text and buttons. Like you would click, you know, go to the woods and then go kill badgers or whatever. And then you get currency and all the normal game things. Some of them had like paper doll systems and like really rudimentary, like Final Fantasy style, you know, RPG character stuff. You spend a lot of time killing rats with rusty nails and boards and stuff like that in all of them. um, there were other kinds too. I want to say one was called something like Syndicate Wars or something, where you all played like spies, and it was kind of like the early version of what would become mobile games. Gotta love the rat rusty nail grind, right? um, they were kind of like the early version of what would become mobile games, where you had like a certain amount of energy and you would go do actions with it. The one I'm thinking of was like cyberpunky, kind of. Like you would travel around and do spy stuff, and you could fight as well. Um, but yeah, and those had a chat, I'm pretty sure too. We run GoGen 8 and fix config string. Maybe those are before my time, not ringing a bell. Those would have been like early 2000s. Only learned about MUDs myself recently. Actually, gotcha. Yeah. Yeah, so maybe before your time. Um, I don't know how long they lasted, because that was kind of when we started to get things like WoW, and computers started to get better, online games got better. I would have been like a Tyler. This right here is me aging before your eyes. Okay, that is done. And I think I just want to see if this will fix itself if I relaunch it. No, that's not what I want. And the kids I tutor called me old. Right? Yes, good. No, you still do that. Why do you still do that? Where are you getting that string? From config, maybe? Honestly, same. I'm a toddler too. My first games I remember were like Dragon Quest and Burning Crusade World of Warcraft. Burning Crusade was peak WoW. I played in vanilla and I quit for a long time because I was busy with other stuff. I came back in Burning Crusade like right before, and I had a ton of fun in Burning Crusade. Cannot find package, of course, nor should you be able to, because that's that now. About that. What do you think about that? Just rescan everything. It's not the end of the world. It's just, I want to get that out of there. Sometimes me and my friend just go to regions in BC like Nagrand or the Twisted Nether and just vibe to the environment. Yeah. I enjoyed Burning Crusade was like a really good balance between the old WoW where things were really hard and where the power levels started to really just ramp up. But you still had, like, it still took you a long time to get through an expansion pack, right? It took, I don't even know how long to level through all the zones. Like, you'd be in a zone for like, 2-3 days at least, doing quests and stuff. And I enjoyed that. The level grind felt satisfying. Yeah. Plus, Horde got pallies, and I really enjoyed tanking as a paladin in that era. And the heroics were a really cool addition. There was a group of folks that I ran with, primarily another pally who was a healer. We like leveled together because we were in a guild on our other characters, and we rolled alts together up until we hit top level. And we would smash out dungeons like crazy. We were pretty well geared. And then we got geared up for heroics. And the first pull on Hellfire Ramparts, like we wiped on the three orcs in that first right across the bridge. And I was just like, oh, we're in a whole nother world now. And the jump in difficulty that heroics presented was really, really fun and satisfying to climb. Hellfire, yeah. I enjoyed that more. I came back again. I didn't play through anything after Wrath. Wrath was okay, but I didn't play anything after Wrath until gosh, what was it called? The Troll one, where you go to Troll Island. I played again then, and I didn't find the heroics with the affixes to be the same level of fun as the original hard mode heroic dungeons were. They felt kind of just gimmicky and kind of just more of the same. And then it came out that Blizzard was a terrible company that did terrible things to its employees, so I'd stopped paying them money. I'm playing Warcraft 3, so I was really hyped for Wrath First Story. Gotcha. Yeah, a lot of people had that. I didn't play any of the old Warcraft games. I played a lot of RTSs, but none of those. I just, for some reason, missed them. So I didn't have the nostalgia. So Wrath kind of fell flat for me. Like, it was all right, but it didn't have the same magic for some reason. Okay. That's what I was doing. Guess I could try that. I don't know what drives this string in here. And I think I'm just not going to worry about it for now. Yeah, nothing actually ran. Okay, perfect. Go back to that. Good on here. Let's go ahead and merge this. Make sure I actually pushed it. Oh, actually, there is one thing I can do. Do a tidy real quick. I think that would have been run as part of the update, but make sure it didn't change anything. Oh, it did change something. Okay. All right. Let's merge this. Create PR. Check one little chore off the to-do list. Not getting much done, too tired. I think I'll go collect those Z's. Well, good luck collecting them. I hope you have a net of sufficient fineness, and have a great night. We'll catch you tomorrow, maybe. Okay, I need to switch that, pull that, do that. Yes, I did remember to tidy up the old one. Let's do that. All good to go. That over there. Let's do... I didn't create one for this yet. We'll create it now. We need to get... make a page... or make it possible to switch between editor pages. And then I'm going to forget to push control. We'll do that. We'll fix that. Create a new branch. Get that all going, and we'll come over here. Get back to our editor. Already had open, actually. We need to figure out how we want to do this. And go grab my Cogent docs. What are you working on now? I don't have much background with MUDs. Are you writing any custom language for Story Design 2 or is all GUI based? So the editor is GUI based. And we're working on the editor right meow, more or less. So that you can build the game, right? So for instance, right meow, you have your attributes and your skills, like so that you can create these, change these, etc. And we need to wire up so that you don't have to do this to go over to the map editor. So now that we have 2 pages, we can figure out how we want to tackle or handle this. And here, like these test maps are all connected to one another, right? So, but this represents a map. So here's your rooms. They have descriptions and verbose descriptions and locations and connections to one another. And you can come in here and you can say, well, I just want to get rid of these like so. And let's say this room is no longer connected here either. And this room doesn't exist anymore. And I can do all kinds of good stuff like that. Or I can say, okay, this room also, get rid of you and replace you with this room that I have saved as a template. And I can say, take this template here for a connection. Oh, I broke that, apparently. I need to take a look at that. But it's supposed to add your connections. That's neat. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with them so far. What happened there? Because that used to work. Neil Pointer. So most of the UI now fitting in that extra map editor. We need editor support for all the things, essentially. That's kind of the big push right now. Um, so we have attributes and skills, and we have map that are all done right now. Building and support for the map editor in general. Well, no. So when I run the editor, it takes you to the map editor, or if you go change the code, it'll take you to the attribute editor. But that's not sufficient, right? This needs to be a UI thing. We need to set up the ability to change pages in the editor. And then we need to add more editor things. So we'll need the idea of character races and classes and stuff like that, right? And to be able to support that in the editor. The idea is that you use the editor to build and modify your game world. Because mixing map editor with editor. Gotcha. Yeah. And the character, we have a basic character. But we need to add races and stuff too on the server side. I don't know exactly what my plan is there just yet. We have status effects too. Status effects is the next thing. So we need to edit those so that they can be added. And once they're added to the editor, we'll kind of figure out what we want to do next. It'll probably be map things because the map editor is just the first pass. We'll want to be able to go from one map to another, and that's kind of like the next biggest, most obvious task, I think. Races and classes will be a thing eventually too that we need to tackle, both on the server and in the editor, but we're getting kind of close to being able to start writing game, so pretty excited. And the characters and classes I'm going to kind of put off, or races and classes I'm going to put off because I got to figure out, like, what is that going to look like in a game, in the game I want to make, and then support that. And I also got to figure out the how I want to do NPCs and stuff like that. The main game loop. I got to figure out how do I want to connect things up because I kind of have a placeholdery sort of position or placeholdery sort of system in right now, but I'm not tremendously happy with it. So just little things to go along the way. The client needs everything still pretty much. But for right meow, I need to file myself a bug. Editor map. Dragging, you know what I think it is? Just do this here. Connection template in causes nil pointer panic. I bet you it's because I had 2 rooms side by side deleted. If I'm just kind of remembering. Let's test that really quick. Test map. Open you. If I just delete you, and then I put you back in, and then I do this, that works, yes. If I delete you again, though, a couple things could have happened. I drag you in. That's correct. We need to fix that error message. So let's add one for that too. Fix error message when trying to drop connection template on room tile. It's true programmer E. And I should check if the room has the same problem. Yes. Drop connection template on room tile and vice versa. And I bet you if I drag this in, because there's no room here, there's my nail pointer. That's what it is. Dragging connection template in causes nil pointer panic when there is no room on one of the, or in one of the connected tiles. No room tile. We will tidy those up later. For right now, we're going to focus on the pager. Roll that back. I was looking at, or trying to look at, Cogent Docs widgets for a toolbar. Top bar. Frequently added in the top bar. So there is an add top bar here. If I was to do that up here in the place where we create the body, add top bar. Bar core.frame core.new toolbar bar maker func do it a plan. We add, let's just say, not a body, button. And we can do that. If this top bar persists, we should still see it, in theory. Because it's on the body and not on our page thing. Okay, good, good. I don't love this style, but we can fix that. We'll probably just replace it with our own widget. But if I was to do this, I should also be able to see it here. And I can. So we just need to make that nice and file bar-y. We also need to do theming eventually too, but I'm just kicking that can down the road. Okay. It's good to know that we can do that, but I don't think because you're that. I want no. because this returns the bar, so it's like a callback. I can put the styler here, and I can say that. I think it's already set to grow though. See how that looks. Doesn't seem to have changed anything. If I do a final styler, will that override it? No. That's deeply annoying. Um, Because this is a frame. It's just a container for it. We need to do this and then that. That's a little better. It still doesn't grow all the way, which is deeply, deeply annoying. Let's do that again real quick and see if that will override. The answer is no. Double check. If you have some kind of thing in your stylers, go padding, no margin. Padding shouldn't matter. This shouldn't matter either. We didn't do... Yeah, didn't think so. So why don't you... You're set to grow on the X. 100%. So we could try setting them in too. Same. That is indeed the full. I wonder... No? Hmm. I wonder if this overflow menu is part of it or not. go look this. Toolbar styles. Chord radius. Surface container. Gap 0. Align center. Toolbar's no children, but we do have children, so we should render. Adding. Grow. We do. I head out. Hopes a good rest of the stream. Yeah. Thanks for hanging out, and we'll catch you some other time. Have a good one, man. Padding still, but not margin. Final maker, tree at. This is all internal for sizing, I think. Overflow button. I wonder if this is related to that issue with things not growing correctly. That could be. Like if it thinks the overflow button is there. But these also don't quite extend the full width, which is really, really bizarre. But I don't anticipate needing overflow. So instead of doing a toolbar here, you can still add top bar, because this is just a frame. We can do bar maker. we can do a styler for you. And I think we're using 16 over here. Yes. And colors dot scheme dot surface container, and then we add you a button the same way we used to. This we need to set no gap, and this button needs to be set type to button action. You could actually do this for the bar as well. So all of that we can do. The same. Let's just do separator. Just do this to start with. This is bar. That way we don't have to keep doing this. Let's run that, see if we're shaping up. This is that. We also need, somebody has, let's take a look at the inspector. Somebody has padding or something on them. Could be the body. Outside of you, so it must be the body. Yeah, padding. Override that. 0. 0. Oop. Not 8. 0. Go do that. Everything snaps out. Yeah, it's not terrible. It's a little hard to see, but like theming, we already know we need to fix. Could had these, I suppose. Might be interesting to add those up top. Even for now, but just a thought. This, we also want these guys. to be zeroed. Our body up here. Zero the padding. Like so. Except for you didn't. Why not? Scene. Do I need to put the padding, the styler on the scene? No. What gives? Oh, wait, no. I'm just blind, apparently. Was it that way to begin? I was looking at this. I saw this. That's what I saw. Do I want that to scooch up? She's the question. Maybe. Not sure. Good start, though. Should really double check where exactly that comes from while I contemplate it. It'd be here, it'd be gap. Let's have a look at this. That would scooch you up. But I might like the gap there, actually. Just comment it out for now. We can kind of think about that as we go. But that is pretty good. We obviously need to do our on clicks for these guys. We have different button types that we can leverage. We go look at the docs. Button It's a menu button. Yes. Set menu allows us to put buttons inside of there. So we would be able to do, instead of foo, file, not that, set menu, which is another scene, and then here we would need to, this would all have to be after the pager. This we can open homepage as the default. We would need to then do a new button off of M, which is our menu bar, or menu for the button. Set text, not to share, but map editor. And then on click, that, and then we do pager open, map editor. We do the same thing here, except, and we probably want to do this a little bit smarter, but I'm just going to roughen things in. We've called, not that, we've called you attribute editor. And then let's actually do the same thing, except for this is just going back to home. See how we like that. We have to think about these buttons a little bit better, but there we go. Hello world, I'm the home page. Yes. The thing we have to be careful of, so if we had a blah blah blah, apply unsafe changes, we would lose that, which is probably fine. We would want to warn you, though. I think it'd be better. But that's a start for sure. Let's do a quick commit there. Rough in top bar and menu. Switching ability. That's a really, really good start. But it is now 4 o'clock. I stream 4 hours a day, 4 days a week, starting today, ending on Monday. So if you like this kind of thing, then show up tomorrow at this time, but 4 hours ago. Wherever you are in the world, I should be here doing more of this, and I'd love to see you. Thanks for everybody who came and hung out. It was a great time. We had some great chats, and I'd love to see you again. And if not, have a great week.